What's up, people? We're getting rate cuts either way because Mango will sue and then fire JPOW. It's baked in the cake. I mean, he can sue and fire JPOW, but that takes time, which means the fucking Fed funds rate still stays up. Also, getting rid of JPOW doesn't change the federal funds rate. You'd have to replace the entirety of the board. He is one vote, just one. Trump just doesn't understand that the person who's on camera doesn't have absolute power. So he thinks that by getting rid of JPOW, he can change the federal funds rate, when really all he would be doing is fucking with the independence of the Fed. That's not true, popcorn trader. Yeah, we're above the 1929 trend line right now. Like way above it. And the 2022 trend line. It means we're totally not in a bubble. Now look, this is the 1929 trend line, this like bright green one. There's the peak of the Roaring Twenties, and then it tapped it at the top of the .com bubble, and now we're actually above it. Not a lot, and we broke it like a couple of times back in the early part of the year, back here. We just didn't stay above it, but now it's all the way back at like 63.20 on the monthly. And we're also above the 2022 trend line from the height of the like post-COVID rally before they started raising rates. I don't know where you sold calls. What's up, Real Flash? The the butterfly thing? You don't understand the rates as well as our dear president. We're inside a bubble, containing a bubble within another bubble. Just wait. Inflation will take off and these equity prices will seem fine. Jesus. Boop. We'll be losing Tesla soon. Tesla's Tesla's almost failed its breakout on the daily. That'll be a fun short. Good time deciding how much of a cash position to have for what? For like long-term holds? It's a Some of that depends on your age and also what you're holding. I don't want to read that again. I'm 60% in tech. I'm up 40 to 100% on various positions from this year's bounce. 40% in cash at the moment. I mean, you could realize returns on tech positions if you wanted to increase your cash holdings, but 40%'s quite a decent amount of cash. Well, I mean, not decent, but it's a decent allocation size if you think there's some sort of, economic concern or macro concern. I don't know if your portfolio should just be 60-40 tech and cash, but like generally like speaking, tech is gonna outperform inverse the dollar because mega cap corporations receive a substantial amount of their revenue in non-dollar denominated currencies, and then converting them back to a weaker dollar improves their revenues. You probably want some kind of exposure to a weaker dollar or a stronger dollar if inflation's going to continue to go up. My port is 25% TQQQ bear positioning. Nice. Looks like everyone's piling back into their R2K shorts today. I wouldn't buy more of it over $11. We were getting it for nothing. I was thinking of cutting. Did you not get your 50-cent dividend this year? One second. Yeah, answer this. All right, I'm back. All right, so we're back at 64.50. Obviously, losing this reopens the move to 40. This looks really similar to yesterday's setup. I guess sold puts at the money are, significantly less than what we had yesterday. There's definitely not the same level of confidence in selling those puts. So I would say that today 40 and 20 are much bigger supports than they were yesterday, whereas like 50 is not. Yeah, yeah, and the intraday options, there's not much to the downside here. Gamma's actually pretty flat all the way down to 20. There's some support at 40, but it's very low. Like all of these levels are very low relative to what we generally see on the intraday. The total exposures are very, very small in this range, at least. The 63.73 gap. Mm, maybe into next week. I really think today's inflation print is very bad. I think it could get reconfirmed by auctions, especially if jobs data bounces back in next month. Although, we still face the question of how much is. See, Trump doesn't want it to appear as if, the labor situation is getting worse. So it's interesting that he's going to try to make labor look better while demanding rate cuts and pumping inflation with tariffs. Because everything he's trying to do is directly, it's counterintuitive to. counterintuitive to the Fed cutting. Discord when you... Oh, shit. My bad. I wish the Discord stage would just start automatically. Fed fund futures are now at the lowest level that they've been at since like the beginning of August. So lowest level in like the last 2 weeks, which has been pretty much entirely upside from the market pricing in more rate cuts than we're actually going to get, which is fairly typical. I think pricing in for September went back to zero again with this morning's print. I mean, the fucking PPI is so hot. This is really bad for short-term leverage because, like everything from the 2 year down has just been rocketing. And obviously all of that additional margin on the gains in that short-term leverage has been deployed in equities. But now that's going to pull back really sharply because the pace of rate cuts just simply isn't going to match. I mean, initial jobless claims were down, continuing jobless claims are down. Fucking core PPI went to 3.7%, and headline and core both increased by 0.9%. And that's with oil at like 63, 65 a barrel the entire time. So any uptick in energy prices is going to shoot inflation even higher faster. I think X food, energy, and trade was even still up 3% or 0.3% year over year. It is a big move. Well, the thing is like oil can be really cheap, but inflation and tariffs still affect all of the production process for oil distillates. Like nobody uses fucking crude for anything. So, you know, it's all in the refinement of those oil products. And so the output costs for, things like diesel, heat oil, gasoline, these are still impacted by tariffs. They're still impacted by inflation. Like even though we're not tariffing any energy sources directly, we're just not tariffing the raw materials. But steel is a huge component of the refinement industry, for the extraction industry, everything, and that's got, very high tariffs on it. I don't know anybody in tech who's getting fucking hired right now. It's just hard to, yeah, well, it's just like hard to get jobs. I'm hiring people in tech. Send me your resumes. I need network engineers. Do you need any front end or back end engineers? Like I could. What does it pay? Network infrastructure engineers. Could we lose 40 today? What's possible? Do we have any more Fed speakers today? Trade advisor Navarro on the PPI report. Let's see what happens and watch the data and watch us doctor it next month. Today was the highest move ever reported in PPI. Next month's going to be the largest drop ever reported in PPI. Yeah, mostly. I mean, we dropped quick and exceeded the expected move. Put sellers climbed in, and there wasn't like a lot of bearish positioning last night. There was all that interest down at 6,400, but I mean, it's probably just sold puts. Now probably more sold puts. Nice. We did. I mean, in the morning session we dumped to like 62 or 60 6430. So, but we bounced back up. We filled the gap. We've kind of been selling off ever since. I don't think bears are very well positioned here. So we need there's very high gamma. We're going into the OPEX expiration. It's just hard to move the market a lot in one direction, both up and down. I mean, this data is already being massaged quite a lot. Navarro ended his comments like 13 minutes ago or something. You say that, but bulls don't seem to have that problem when it matters for them. I mean, bullish. There was like quite a lot of bullish positioning yesterday, and they still got capped pretty hard by the expected move to the upside. Hmm. Hmm. Any chance we breach 6,400 this week? Possibly. We have a lot of data tomorrow, too. If retail sales are dropping, combined with producers eating more of the inflation shit sandwich, that would be very bad. Maybe bad enough. Japanese GDP tonight's going to be important. I think we have Chinese industrial production. That's going to be probably fairly important. Also, Chinese unemployment. But yeah, we have retail sales, import export prices tomorrow, cap utilization, and then Michigan consumer. So you have a lot of fucking data tomorrow for a Friday. Big day. Mortgage rates are slightly down. Oh, goody. British GDP was slightly better. Isn't British GDP about the same as Mississippi? No. I think they're the sixth largest economy in the world. Fifth or sixth? Something like that. British GDP matches California nearly. That sounds about right. It's usually like US, China, then Germany, Japan, and then India, UK. Then like some European countries and Canada, Brazil, something like that near the bottom. Hmm. What the fuck is charm positive here? Delta's negative. Alright, well. Say it's very unlikely for us to drop below 64.20 or well, probably even 30 would be hard to break. Delta's a little negative here though. And put call ratio is picking up. Put call ratio is picking up on declining call premium. So me. Definitely some profit taking. Discord audio should be working for everyone. Always a pleasure to be range bound with you. Thanks, man. It doesn't show when you talk. It shows your avatar, but not your speech bubbles. It looks like it's lighting up for me when I speak. Discord audio isn't working for me. My relaxing elevator music is gone, and now some guy is talking. What a weirdo. This does look terrible, which I like. Oh. Mm, no, I don't think so. There's slightly more sold puts to the downside than there were, but not a lot more. Mm, The Discord is in shambles. This is the first time in the history of the pickle jar that we haven't messed the server boost goal. Oh, maybe because I forgot to boost it. Wait, we haven't had like the tier 3 boost in like fucking 2 years. What are you talking about? People can boost it if they want to. It's what, like $3? SPX got boosted today. True story. Hmm. That's 2 Costco dogs? Ugh, I wish we'd fail already. This is boring. Hmm. Hmm. I feel like that's the hardest part of gambling. I mean, trading. Mm. It was a play-by-play like it's the Kentucky Derby. We've got bot calls coming in at 60, 65, 70. Bot puts at 50. Bot calls at 45. So Bull's pushing to affect some kind of bounce here, I'd assume. Still upside resistance at 60. Mm. Only trading on a margin account. Could you give me a quick recap of how to lock profits on a two-ring position? You can box your trade, like if you or you just like have a spread that you wanna lock in. You can just box it, which is basically selling the opposite spread or buying the opposite spread, depending on credit or debit on the initial trade. I assume that's what you're asking. So already been going ham since chatter of rescheduling camp. Cannabis picks up again. It's still hot garbage. Yeah, yeah, they are. But I mean, hot garbage that can run on marijuana deregulation. Are you starting to build a longer dated put position with today's hot PPI print? I mean, I have some longer dated puts. I have like a bear spread buy put with the credit kind of position on TQQQ, which is up a little bit. Because there's not a lot of, I mean, there's just not a lot of bearish positioning. So we kind of hit the outside of the market maker's expected move, and then we got a lot of sold puts. We bounced off that, but it wasn't like that good of a bounce. I mean, we filled the gap, but failed after the gap fill. Probably need some continued erosion in the bullish positioning, which is massively over levered, before we see any like significant downside moves. We also have a ton of data tomorrow and a lot of gamma because it's OPEX, so those can act as stabilizers. Which part? The part before last now? What? How low do you see CoreWeave going? I don't know, I feel like if they drop enough, Oracle's gonna like step in and buy them. Or try to buy them, which is what all the insiders at CoreWeave want. That's why they're just recycling debt every quarter. They're just hoping to get bought out by a hyperscaler. That was the whole purpose of the like starting the company in the first place. It wasn't because they planned on having a profitable business model. It was that they planned on someone else acquiring their debt and their stakeholdings. I mean, Oracle wants to catch up to Microsoft and Amazon and Google for as a cloud provider. It makes sense. They're finance bros. They're not tech bros. I know. Yeah, the guy who like runs the company is like a former like Goldman analyst or some shit. Big collar is at 80. Big collar is at like 6505, I think. Yeah. It'd be super cool if we closed today at 64.20. VN's at 33. I feel like losing that would be a good start. That's just not correct. Mm. Trump's beefing with Goldman's econ guy. Trump's just beefing with anybody who's doing math. Fuck math. What? Math is so cool. It's the language of everything. Is it physics time, Gurk? No, no, put it away. Back in your pants. Nietzsche is correct. When are office hours? Tonight at like 9:15 or whatever. Roundtable. Roundtable tonight. We've got some new goodies coming out for you guys. Both of you guys, not just beta boys. New goodies for everyone. And new goodies for beta boys. Ooh, Gooner table. Yep. Ooh, it's like Christmas in August. Yep. Goodies equal camo hats. No. Hopefully it's more of a brown table tonight. After this dumps. What's up, Twawaffle? It would be cool if we slip to the downside a little bit here. I would not mind. Some of the sold puts are starting to pull back down at like 40, 30. So support's getting a little bit weaker. Sold calls are coming in very heavily at 55. There are some 6460 bot calls that are still kind of trapped to the upside from this morning that didn't close out on the last test or the only test. Um, but we are getting a little bit more support at 35, so not just 20 as a support to the downside now. I will say the 50 calls are also starting to sell off a little bit. I'm going to lose 45 and 40 first. I don't think those are as significant. Like 35 and 20 look more significant to me. But you guys can't see that. I mean, I guess you can see 30, 35 here. No. Huh. I guess I'll just keep my secrets to myself. Let's end at 15 and rescue mission and after hours to the AM 50s. That sounds about right. Because people aren't building as many houses. So demand is down. I don't think 40 is like unimportant. Um, there's like a chunk of sold puts there, but I also don't think I care. I don't think I care about 40. Yeah. Most of that's just like overnight positioning from yesterday. I don't think it's in particularly good shape if it starts to get squeezed. Did you see Dash is $38 over Gamma Max? No? That's a lot. Oh, what the fuck? Weird. Hmm. It's it's got two gamma maxes. Yeah. So like the yeah, this kind of shit is like when the chain splits and it fucks up the calculation. So gamma max is trying to like pin itself down here, but it's actually like 70 7250. This this is from opening new strikes. Anytime you see a stock over gamma max, double check its exposures. Looks like it's back under 50 today. That's not exactly bullish. Support around like 35 or so, but if it fails 220, it's really bad. Nice. What about Reddit? Yeah, but Gamma Max on Reddit's moving up with the price. So this is just bullish as fuck. Like, look how much delta there is. Jesus Christ. It is starting to trim, but it's got room out to like 250. That's healthy. Curve is borked. It's not borked. It's just really high concentration interest at a few strikes. Mhm. Do we have any more news today? Trump speaking at 1 o'clock. And then Barkin at 2 o'clock. Probably not going to do much till Trump speaks. I don't think we have any auctions today. No. No auctions. Look at the R2K. Did we get support? A little bit. Not not a ton. 60 is still resistance, though. A bit. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe the 60s they left open will close here. There's still some bot calls there. Not many, just like 1,000 of them or so. They're selling the 65 pretty heavily here. Mm. Yeah, the 65 call. 60 call hasn't trimmed much though. Some bot puts coming in at 50. One sec. Hmm. Most of the interest still on the 60 call. Yeah, when's Trump gonna start talking? An hour after the start time. That actually sounds very accurate. Hmm. Get it loaded up. I don't know, we're starting to get some profit taking at 60. A little bit. I don't think we're getting enough profit taking to grind down. They could still try to push this out to 70. I don't think it'd be that hard. What the fuck is this? Are people just filming the hallway? Yes, they are. I never called to 20. I said that's where the sold put support is. It's still there, too. Like, there's a fuck ton of sold puts at 64.20. The camera is set for indoor gamma. He's got a little microfiber cloth, first of all. I wonder when Trump's going to start speaking from a balcony like other dictators that are insecure. Wait, was the roof thing real? From a philosophical perspective, do you think capital is more about the quantitative value of an asset or the qualitative value of an asset? Hmm. We doing pickle jar does socialism? Not exactly. All right. Well, I mean, it's both. It depends which school of thought, I guess, you adhere to. Isn't that kind of the debate between price discovery and bailouts? Not necessarily. I mean, those are both quantitative, like the quantitative definition of what capital is used for. Qualitative capital is something that is more experienced than comparative. Like you can't capital value comes from the subject, like a subjective approach. So prices matter, but the structure and time of capital determine its usefulness. So if you, yeah, I think you're talking more along the line of like Buffett or the market, like over time, the market is a weighing machine. Yeah, I mean, he says that because Graham said it a lot, and Graham taught him. But it's true, yeah. I mean, short term enthusiasm doesn't necessarily translate to long term value. I would actually say that in the market, bulls take a qualitative approach to asset valuation, and bears take a quantitative approach to asset valuation, which helps a lot in determining your own biases. Are you a quantitative thinker? If you are, you're likely to be more bearish overall and have more difficulty understanding the qualitative valuation of assets. It's an interesting discussion. It's long. arduous, but I appreciate you discussing it rather than telling us the levels every 5 seconds. Well, I mean, yeah, but see, now I'm talking about qualitative asset valuation, and SPX broke above 60. Behavioral economics tries to capture a lot of that with the idea that, you have baseline values in currency and market caps and return on investment, and but also there is a qualitative aspect to the perceived value and confidence and narrative framing that can, you know, change value without any change in those baseline measurements. Damn, repo's draining quick. Because bulls are already bullishly positioned. There's probably a good balance between like modern behavioral economics, the Austrian school, and like Bordeaux's theory of capital. That I mean, that's what modern behavioral economics tries to capture. It's just not great at doing it. Half of what it was yesterday. Yeah, it'll pick up into the end of the month though. So if it doesn't drain completely, I think implementing some form of system dynamics would would help significantly with the most common mistake found in at least modern monetary approaches, and that, they rely on like static equilibrium models and stochastic optimization. And by by introducing at least some ability to capture, feedback loops and hmm, let me think of how I want to put this. Um, Recognition of the instability of debt cycles would probably serve a lot of state governments a lot better, in the sense that they'd be less prone to try to fix the current number and be more focused on the numbers over time, which is an approach you see heavily in central banks, but an approach you don't see very commonly in the debt issuer. Right. So it's something that you see on the monetary side, but not the fiscal side. And they kind of the lack of, incorporation of those models, I think is what causes a lot of the divergence we see between monetary and fiscal policy at the state level. Would you say quantitative is biased more toward a long-term approach and qualitative is more short-term biased? I think that's oversimplifying it. In regards to equities, sure, but I mean, there's a lot of different ways to look at, like, I own a $10 million Picasso or I own $10 million in treasury bills. Like, they're both worth $10 million, but they are not the same by any means. False. It's all just vibes. The longer Trump waits to speak, the more bulls can pump. They want to know what he's going to say about PPI. This in-depth econ talk is brutal. I've already defended my thesis twice. You haven't said anything at all. What are you talking about? What thesis? That's your only message you've sent today. Grad school for econ? Ugh. Why? Are you gonna get a PhD? You should make JFresh jealous. Please tell me you're doing something that's not financial economics, like healthcare or something not useless. AM spreads are risky. I don't even use them. Politics today requires little to no econ knowledge. Yeah, that's true. That's also kind of why we're in the situation we're in, right? What color tie are you going to wear when you're chairman of the Fed? Tie-dye. We're almost at 70. We're very close. Uh-oh, Trump's gonna start talking. He's gonna ruin it all. We're on the move. SEAL team advance. Better? My specialty was political economy, the most useless of the economists. But at least it wasn't at Yale. Alright, well, that's a plus. Oh, they got the fake numbers guy up there? This is gonna be great.
With us, it's a good time for this country. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I think you're hearing it from a lot of people, not just from me. We're doing very well in so many ways. And the gentleman on my right, we recruited him. We tried to get the best person. We got a man that you'll hear in a second has done an amazing job with respect to.
God, he looks so
Social
excited.
Security. He's running it, and he's running it like nobody ever even dreamt possible. And it's the 90th anniversary right now of Social Security. So today we celebrate that 90th anniversary of one of the most significant pieces of legislation ever signed into law, the Social Security Act of 1935, and we're going to make it stronger, bigger and better, really doing a job. In the campaign, I made a sacred pledge to our seniors that I would always protect Social Security, and under this administration, we're keeping that promise and strengthening Social Security for generations to come. You keep hearing stories that in 6 years, 7 years, Social Security will be gone, and it will be if the Democrats ever get involved, because they don't know what they're doing. But it's going to be around a long time with us. Very much, you'll be surprised to hear some of the numbers. I'm delighted to be joined by the Commissioner of the Social Security Administration, Frank Bisignano. Oh, in the world of business, in fact, I wrote some of the little things down.
Is he reading?
He's had an amazing. He was Chief Operating Officer of J.P. Morgan Chase. He worked for Jamie Dimon. And Jamie Dimon said that he was amazing. So think of that, Chief Operating Officer, J.P. Morgan Chase, had a storied career. Then he went to First Data. For those in the business, you'd know.
There's something scribbled on that sheet of paper.
And worked for Henry Kravis, and it was in big trouble. He took it over as CEO. He made it incredible. They merged with Fiserv, and he became CEO of that, and that became extremely successful. I was in Milwaukee. I guess they have the Milwaukee Arena, and where we had some good success and some good speeches. But he's a really legendary guy, and he wanted to do this. I mean, he just wanted to straighten out Social Security because he loves our country. And what he's done in a few months is amazing. Almost 60 million American seniors rely on Social Security for peace of mind and a life of dignity and retirement. These Americans paid into the system, and they deserve leaders in Washington who are going to protect the benefits they've had and protect Social Security. Under Biden, Social Security went down like nobody's ever seen. It deteriorated. There's never been anything like it. The 4 years of Biden were very, very destructive. It couldn't have gone on much longer. Social Security was going to be destroyed. It was being destroyed. The average call wait time reached an all-time high of more than 42 minutes. Field office wait times were at 32 minutes, which is unheard of, and the disability claims backlog was the longest ever in recorded history. In other words, it was run just like the country was run. It was run really badly. But I'm pleased to report that under our leadership, and Frank in particular, the changes he's made and what he's done is sort of a miracle. Sort of like what happened with the country as a whole. Field office wait times are now down 30% since last year, and it looks like it's going to a total record number. And the record was set in a long time ago when the world was a lot different place. We're gonna beat that record. Call wait times are down 73% while serving twice as many customers per day. The disability claims backlog is down 26%, and seniors now have 24/7 online access to their accounts, which they never had before, whereas under Biden, the website was down 29 hours a week for maintenance purposes. It was essentially not open very much. They were always maintaining it, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing. They had a person running that had no idea what they were doing. Among my very first acts was to order all government employees to return to the office or be removed from the job, which means our Social Security offices are now open for full business hours 5 days a week. So unlike being shut down all the time, we're open at record levels also. We're making it really great for the people that want and demand Social Security, and they paid into the system. They deserve it. Last month, I signed one big, beautiful bill and allowed no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, okay? So how's that? Not bad, right? No tax on Social Security for our seniors.
For 2 years.
And to protect our benefits, we've already kicked nearly 275,000 illegal aliens off of the Social Security system. These are people, many of them have already left the country, and yet we were sending them checks all the time. And 275,000, and that number is now even larger than that, Frank. It's an unbelievable job. And what that's doing is making the system strong. It's making it strong. Biden never kicked anybody off. Everybody joined. And we're carrying out historic deportations to remove many more illegals committing Social Security fraud. It's the Social Security fraud that was taking place at levels that nobody's ever seen. We cleared 12.4 million names listed in the Social Security database over 120 years of age. Think of that. So we had 12.4 million names where they were over 120 years old. Is that right? That's a hell of a statement. I have a feeling, Dan, that's not really gonna, that really didn't happen, did it? So you have 12.4 million names listed in the Social Security database that were over 120 years of age, meaning
those people also weren't receiving any payments.
At 125, there were nearly 135,000 people listed who were over 160 years old, and in some cases getting payments. So somebody's getting those payments, and we're after that.
Who?
We're also fighting the menace of inflation to make life more affordable for American seniors, and we've ended Biden's inflation nightmare. So we had the worst inflation in the history of our country, and now our inflation is down to a perfect number, a beautiful number, hardly any at all. And yet our country
There won't be any proof. Just trust me, bro.
Dollars and trillions of dollars, actually trillions of dollars in tariffs. You know all about it. It's been amazing. They say, why are we taking in so much money? Last week they found $29 billion and they couldn't figure out where it came from. I said, check the tariff shelf. And they said, how did you know that's where it came from? We're taking in
many people are saying it.
Even trillions of dollars in tariffs paid by other countries who, frankly, were taking advantage of us for many, many years. And they were doing that to us, but our people didn't know it. We didn't have smart business people. We've ended Biden's inflation nightmare and came in below expectations, and yet, again, this past month, we have We set records. Gasoline prices are way down, and really dramatically, as everybody knows. And energy prices have been going down, other than in certain states where you have Democrat-run states where they put windmills all over the place. Anytime you see a windmill, you'll say, well, they have bad energy costs, and it's happening in New Jersey. I saw that there's a revolution going on in New Jersey. They closed up a nuclear power plant, and they're raising electricity rates by 21, 22, and 28%, something like that. And you're going to have a new governor in New Jersey. I tell you what, you have a good man running in the Republican Party. He'll get them down. But what they've done is they've killed so many good sources of energy for very expensive windmills and lots of other things that don't work. 401ks and retirement accounts are soaring, and the stock market is setting record highs. Almost every day we're going record highs, and yet we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. So it's turned out that Trump was right and they were wrong. A few smart people knew what was going to happen. A few of us were right. So we're going to keep the fighting going. We're going to make America's seniors every single day. We're going to fight for them. We're going to make them richer, better, stronger in so many different ways. But Social Security is like pretty much the one that we think about, and we love it, and we love what's happening with it. And it's going to be good for 90 years and beyond. Again, you were given only a short period of time. Social Security was supposed to be like down. Had they won the election, Social Security would have defaulted during Biden or Kamala's election, whoever they so chose, two beauties. And now what I'd like to do is ask Frank to say a few words. Again, this is a man with a really storied past. He's one of the most successful anywhere in the world. What he did at J.P. Morgan Chase and what he did for Henry Kravis and all of the others are like legendary stories. And he just wanted to do this. He's making about a tiny fraction, I would say, a tiny fraction of what you used to make, but he didn't care. He wanted to do it. He made a lot of money, and he said, I want to run that system. I want to put it back on track, and he's got an unbelievable talent over there. It's like a different place. So, Frank, would you say a few words, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
There's less than 1% tiny fraction, sir.
Is that what it is, less than one? That's a tiny
That's
fraction.
an honor.
He's
It's an
making
honor. It is an honor. And I'd like to start off by thanking the president for his tireless effort in running the country, in what he's done across the country, meeting.
Just look at right in them, just spread the cheeks.
I see it
And
directly in the big, beautiful bill, the opportunity that it's brought to seniors. But his effort on every commitment delivering against it and delivering on world peace, tireless.
no, he talks like that because the
also
back of
thank
his
him
throat
for
has
my
been bruised by
opportunity.
cocks.
You know, he's teasing me, I'm teasing him about the economics of the job. But the reality is to serve 300 million Americans, which is what Social Security serves, is a tremendous honor. And him putting that faith in me and building what I believe, and I think I have a right to say it, is the best leadership team ever assembled in the White House and in the cabinet. So that's my great honor. So I come here and get the opportunity to serve the American public in a manner that I never imagined in my life. And what we found was the opportunity.
Who thought anybody would ever give you the power to fuck over millions of people?
72 beneficiaries.
Not me.
About over 300 million Americans with a Social Security number that we must protect through the system. And when you look at what we talk about in eliminating Social Security numbers that were live in the system, they could carry fraud through the whole system. So the first thing was root out fraud, waste, and abuse. But while doing it, the best way to be more efficient is provide more accurate payments and better service. And you heard the numbers. I think the most staggering number is that we had a website that was down 29 hours. This will be a digital-first agency, and we are building my SSA accounts. That's the digital account. And we have a bold goal of 200 million Americans to have a digital SSA account by the end of next year. it will happen. Just like we had a bold goal of single-digit wait time on the calls when they were at 40 minutes. And we did that. This is my 100th day. We did that within 90 days.
I think they all just try to make their hands look small when they're around Trump. They just hold them like this.
Use digital presence to answer.
Or he just only hires people with smaller hands
That's
than
the
him.
job. When we do all that, then we'll really know the answer to if we have a hole, right? I was presented in my second week on the job with $18 billion in errors by the Inspector General. It was public. In less than a month, we solved $9 billion of it. So that's the type of swift action we can take, right? You see the things like the big, beautiful bill for the seniors. You see better digital services. You see field office wait times down. If you make an appointment to have a field office visit, it now happens in 6 minutes. Unprecedented. We are serving more people and delivering more than was ever delivered before in a manner with the highest possible quality, and we've just begun. You should expect this to be a great digital first agency. My commitment to make this happen is as deep as the president's commitment to make the world a great place. And you see the fabulous job happening here across America and what he's doing in the world. You should expect Social Security, just like the president. I thank him for making America great again. It's happening. Social Security will be great again. You have my commitment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Frank. I'm going to sign the new proclamation, please.
Sir, this is a proclamation both commemorating the 90th anniversary of the Social Security Act, the signing of the Social Security Act, and also the incredible accomplishments of your administration, fixing and promoting and safeguarding Social Security. And it also obviously mentions the fact that as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, a vast majority of our senior citizens are no longer paying taxes on their Social Security benefits, as you promised in your campaign and as you delivered for the American people.
That's a big factor, isn't it? Huh?
Yes, sir.
That's great. I think they're very happy about it, too. They're very happy about a lot of things. Good job, Frank.
Thank you, sir.
And Frank has brought with him some of the most talented people in business, and that were making, again, they were making a lot of money, but they made a lot of money. They had money they didn't have to make anymore, and they just want to do this. They want to have our country become strong and good, and that's what's happening. And we're doing that in a lot of locations, a lot of areas. You deal with some of the people that are commissioners, that are secretaries of state, secretaries of treasury and commerce, people that were really, really successful people, and they gave all that up to make a very small amount of money. They don't even consider it a fraction. You say 1%, less than 1%. That's pretty good. That's a big pay cut. But Frank is one of the most outstanding of all. His career has been incredible, and you just have to look at what happened at J.P. Morgan Chase and look at what happened with First Data. First Data was the biggest company of its kind in the world, but it was not going to make it. He went in, and it became a tremendous success and merged into another company, and he became the head of that company. Then he said, let me go save Social Security. Because as big as that stuff is, it's small potatoes compared in terms of numbers.
There's still
right?
bot calls at 60. They haven't
numbers.
closed yet.
Government numbers are big numbers. So I want to thank everybody for being here, but I'm really proud of you, Frank. And here's your proclamation, and let's take a look at what that looks like. Signed by the human hand. For a change. That's good, right? Do you have any questions for Frank? How about questions for Frank? For Frank?
President?
Yes,
Yeah, no one cares about that guy.
First and foremost, this was a major campaign promise that you had. 2023, it was one of the first Agenda 47s that you put out. It was titled, "We Must Protect Medicare and Social Security." Why was this important for both of you to get done, and given the fact that it'll impact millions of lives?
Well, it was very important to me because I knew how Social Security, I've been hearing about it for years, long before I came to office, that it was really going to die very shortly, and I had to put somebody outstanding and we were talking. I was talking to him on a business sense once, and I said, "This guy's amazing." And he said, "I'd love to help you with Social Security because it's sort of what he does. You know, he takes troubled entities and turns them around." And he did some of the biggest messes in the world, and Social Security in a certain way, I guess. You know, you reported it all the time. In 4 or 5 years, it's going to go bust, but not anymore. It's not. And he's got it turned around so well. The proclamation helps. All of the things we've done help. And he's finding such tremendous fraud where we have illegal aliens. We have people that don't even exist on Social Security now. They don't exist. And what it does, it makes it totally secure and powerful for the people that are on it and need it. And we're very proud of the job he's done, one of the best.
Kara Castro from Lindell TV. How are you today, sir? Democrats like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren continue to peddle the lie and the claim that you're trying to cut Social Security, despite your repeated promises to protect it. Why do you think they keep pushing this misinformation and literally terrorizing the elderly in America that sadly keep watching the very misleading mainstream media?
I love your question. I should have called you almost first, but I love his questions also, always. But it's such a good question. It's so vicious.
Who's this
I think.
dunce? It's just some like
Elizabeth
right-wing
Warren
media
said
stool
she was an
pigeon.
Indian. We call her Pocahontas. She's a liar.
Yeah, it's
She
disgusting.
lied her whole career. Based on the fact that she was an Indian, she was able to get into certain colleges, get certain jobs, get into certain
Wait, did he just say it was a
universities.
fact that she's
a
Indian?
liar and a mean person. She's a nut job. I watched her the other night. She's all hopped up endorsing a communist in New York City. And she was all excited and jumping up and down. She's got to take a drug test. She really does. She's got to take a drug test. There's no way somebody can act that way and be normal. What she's done to our financial institutions, he destroys people. Do you know that you had a lot of great banks in the Midwest and banks that loaned to farmers?
Says the Nepo baby president.
Stone cold mean. Banks that were open 150 years, family banks that supplied the farmers and manufacturers and others. And she put them out of business. She's a mean, horrible human being. Bernie Sanders is Bernie Sanders. I don't mind him so much. He's just a liberal guy, very liberal guy. He's a wacky guy. He's still sharp. I got to tell you, you know, he's 86 or 87 or something. He's still sharp. You compare that to Joe Biden, it's, you know, sort of what happened. So I don't mind Bernie Sanders. With him, you know what you're getting. You're getting a guy, he's a nasty guy, but he's somebody that, I don't know if I call it a fastball, but he's able to throw the ball pretty well. He's okay. I watched him the other day. He was totally on the opposite side of things. I will say this, the biggest issue right now and an issue that's really taken hold is crime, stopping crime in the cities, and the Democrats are fighting the stopping of crime. So I think that's like men playing in women's sports is okay, or transgender for everybody, okay. But this is a bigger issue. This is the biggest of all issues. Crime is rampant in D.C. It's rampant in our generally blue-run cities, and they've got to do something about it, or they're never going to win another election. And instead of calling me a dictator, they like to say Trump's a dictator. Trump's a dictator. Well, I had calls from many, many friends, including Democrats. I have a lot of Democrat friends, but they're normal people. And they were thanking me so much for what I'm doing in D.C. They feel so safe already. And you know, at the border, we had 0 people come in, and this is done by a liberal group. They're the people that do it. I have nothing to do with it. 0 people in 3 months. We had 0, 0, and 0 for 3 months. And last year we had millions of people pouring in from all countries, from jails, from drug addicts, gang members, drug dealers by the thousands and thousands. 11,888 murderers, half of whom committed more than one murder. They flowed into our country, and for the last 3 months we had none. And I didn't remember when Joe Biden used to always go, I need legislation. I had no legislation. I just said we're closing the borders, and the whole world understood it because they respect your country again. They really respect this country again. They didn't respect it. When he said it, it didn't mean anything. But now they know it meant a lot. And Mexico does what we tell them to do, and Canada does what we tell them to do, because we have the 2 borders. We have the northern border, the southern border, and they were both horrible. But now it's some people say it's a miracle. Well, what Frank has done with Social Security also is something very special. But what we're doing with crime, which will be your next question, I guess, that's because everyone's they're afraid. Half of the people here, maybe all of the people here, most of you live in D.C., you are petrified to go out, and you're liberal, and if you're liberal, you're going to have to change. You're Democrats, you're going to have to change your ways. So we will have crime under control very shortly in D.C.
Guys, let's be fair. The
But,
amount of
the
felons
record
around
numbers,
and
and
inside the
sadly,
Capitol
I
is
guess
getting
what
out
they
of
did-
control.
But whoever it was, they asked the numbers to be fudged so that it would show less crime. The fact is, it's worse than it's ever been, and we will have it just like we did at the border, where with borders are totally in great shape right now, the best ever, record-setting shape. We'll have the crime situation solved in D.C. very soon.
Did he just say
And we're also
record-setting
gonna beautify
shit?
the city. We have a beautiful city, but you can't have graffiti, and you can't have roads with potholes, and you can't have the medians, the dividers in the roads falling down on the street. We're going to be beautifying.
He
the
did?
city,
Okay.
making it really beautiful. We're going to be getting the criminals the hell out of here. We don't want the criminals in Washington, D.C.
Mr. President, one on your Putin meeting and then one on DC crime. Are you prepared to offer Vladimir Putin access to rare minerals to incentivize him to end the war?
We're going to see what happens with our meeting. We have a big meeting. It's going to be, I think, very important for Russia, and it's going to be very important for us, and important for us only that we're going to save a lot of lives. Look, we have, we're not paying any money, as you know, to Ukraine. We're supplying equipment. We're being paid 100% plus for that equipment by NATO. And I got NATO up from 2% to 5% of GDP. They now have billions of dollars. NATO is a very rich group of countries, and we make the best military equipment anywhere in the world by far, and they're buying our equipment, and they're paying 100% for the equipment, 100%. In fact, they owe us about $2 billion now. They're going to send a check. Another one was sent recently for $1 billion. So we're not spending any money anymore. Biden gave them $350 billion, got nothing for it. And if you look, and by the way, we also signed a rare earth deal where we get, years of rare earth to get our money back, the money we spent. But what I'm really doing this for is to save thousands of soldiers a week. You have Russian soldiers, you have Ukrainian soldiers, and then you'll have missiles dropped into various cities and towns in Ukraine. And they're losing last week they lost 7,251 people, mostly soldiers, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers. I'm doing it for that reason. We have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having. We're going to have a meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself, and maybe we'll bring some of the European leaders along, maybe not. I don't know that it's going to be very important. We're going to see what happens. And I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along. And if they can, it'll be great. I've solved 6 wars in the last 6 months, a little more than 6 months now, and I'm very proud of it. I thought the easiest one would be this one. It's actually the most difficult. We had one war raging, as you know, for 37 years. One in the Congo with Rwanda was raging for 31 years. We solved 6 of them, made peace, not just solved them, we made peace. If you look at Pakistan and India, planes were being knocked out of the air. 6 or 7 planes came down. They were ready to go. Maybe nuclear, we solved that. I thought this would be maybe an easier one. It never made sense, this war. It would have never happened when I was president. If I were president, this war would have never happened. But millions of people have been killed. And I'm there for one reason, to see if I can solve. This was Biden's war. This isn't my war. I want to see if I can stop the killing. Yeah.
The rare earths, do you plan to offer him access to that at all?
We have great rare earth. We made that as payment for all of the money that we've spent so foolishly in Ukraine. We spent $350 billion. Now Europe spent $1 billion. That's a lot of money. They spent $100 billion. That's a lot of money, but we shouldn't be spending a lot more money than them, and they understand that. And I think that's maybe why we're not spending money anymore. We're not spending any money. They're paying us for everything. So people are shocked when they hear it. They don't even understand. They don't even write about it. but we're not spending money, but we are spending a lot of time trying to get the war solved. If we can get the war solved, we'll be very happy. As far as rare earth, that's very unimportant relative to, I'm trying to save lives.
And on DC crime, sir, on
President,
DC crime.
do you have a message for the Democrat lawmakers like Nancy Pelosi or media who are saying, after living here for many years, that there is no crime and you're trying to start a new news cycle?
It's another reason why the Democrats lost the election in a landslide. They lie. It's just lie. Look, the crime is very bad. I think they'd be much better off saying, we want to help President Trump with the crime because it's an epidemic. It's a tragic situation. It's the worst it's ever been. And we want to help President Trump with the crime, as opposed to, he's a dictator. He's a dictator. People are so happy to see our military going into D.C. and getting these thugs out. As you know, we arrested a lot of people yesterday. We arrested a lot of people today. We're getting people that have arrest records that you wouldn't believe. 28 arrests, 15 arrests, brutal, brutal people. And we're going to have to do something about this cashless bail, because people shoot somebody, they kill somebody, and they're out on the street in less than an hour. Now, that's when it's all started in New York, in Chicago, Los Angeles. You take a look. If we didn't go to Los Angeles to help this incompetent governor and a mayor that doesn't know what the hell she's doing, if we didn't go to Los Angeles, you wouldn't have a big part of it.
No, we're getting more
Another
bot
part of it
posts
would
at
have burned
60
down,
now.
too. You would have not had. I don't
They've
think
been
you would have
picking
able
up.
to have the Olympics. We have the Olympics.
The calls
I
have been
a lot of
closing,
faith
but
in that.
slowly,
I'm the one that got the
65
Olympics.
calls
I got it in
getting
my first
progressively
term.
more heavily
And
sold.
I was saddened because I got it for what would be my third term, okay, which turned out to be second term. And the
Downside
Olympics,
supports
it's a
have
great honor,
strengthened, though.
But I felt badly because I said I won't be president when the Olympics came. Well, through circumstance, I am president. I want to make sure the Olympics is great, the World Cup is great, and the 250, maybe the most important of all, is the 250-year celebration is great. So what's happening is we will work very hard.
45, 35, 20.
I don't believe that if I didn't send in the troops, I don't think you would have had Los Angeles in condition to have the Olympics. I think you would have had to tell them, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go someplace else. And if you look at the police commissioner or the sheriff, he said, we really needed them. Thank God they were here. We really needed them. That was the first 2 or 3 days. After we solved their problems, then he said, well, I think we could have maybe done it. No, he was told what to say. He said, you go back to your files and see what he said. He said, thank goodness they came. If I didn't go and put our military there, or National Guard in that case, and we'll go military if we have to, but the National Guard went there. They were very effective. If we didn't do that, I don't think you would have had the Olympics in Los Angeles. The place would have been just like the 25,000 houses that burned down, where, by the way, the governor ought to focus on getting their permits. You know, the federal permits are given. Those are the hard ones, and they were given a long time ago. People can't rebuild their house because they can't get permits from the state and the city, and they ought to focus on that because it's very upsetting. I went there right after the fires. I walked the streets, and I met a lot of great people that want to rebuild their homes. We took care of it from the federal standpoint, but they're not taking care of it from the city standpoint, the mayor and the governor. They're not getting their permits. They can't build their houses.
Mr. President, on DC crime.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Do you think this summit and the incentives for peace you are putting on the table could end up rewarding Putin for his invasion of Ukraine? And what kind of signal do you think that could potentially send to other aggressors?
No, I don't think it's a reward. I think that what we have is a situation that should never have started. Should have never started. It didn't start under me, and for 4 years it wasn't even discussed. And I could see it was going to happen after I left. I could see what was happening. Everything that we did was wrong. Everything that was done was wrong. Everybody's to blame. Putin's to blame. They're all to blame. This is a war that would have never happened.
Mr. President, on DC crime. On DC crime, sir.
The other question on LA, Mr. President, earlier today, the Washington, D.C. police chief issued an executive order allowing Metropolitan police officers conducting traffic stops to notify federal immigration and customs enforcement about undocumented immigrants that they encounter. Yet the city has a long-standing pro-immigration policy, including allowing non-citizens to vote in local elections.
Which is ridiculous.
And limiting cooperation with federal immigration agencies.
Right.
Did your administration pressure the DC police chief to review and repeal these policies? And will you require other cities to roll back similar policies to avoid possible federal takeover of local law
Yeah,
enforcement?
so what you're saying is that it was a very positive thing. When they stop people, they find they're illegal, they report them, they give them to us, etc. That's a very positive thing. I have heard that. It just happened. That's a great step. That's a great step if they're doing that. Yeah, I think that's going to happen all over the country. We want to stop crime. I think if the Democrats aren't strong on this issue, they won't be able to do it. I think this is a bigger issue than all of the other ridiculous things that they, like open borders. Well, open borders is bad. Open borders has caused a lot of this problem, allowing millions and millions. I think 24 million people were allowed to come into our country. Many of these people from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions. This was the Biden policy. And I don't believe it was him. He was never there before. It was the people that encircled this very beautiful desk, the Resolute desk. Radical left lunatics who were smart, but radical left. And I'm very happy to hear what you just said, because I've heard that.
And Mr. President, on LA, if I may, the mother of a 15-year-old California boy was briefly detained at gunpoint in a case of mistaken identity. The LAUSD superintendent says that surveillance video shows armed agents wearing police and border patrol insignia. Given the National Guard, the Border Control, ICE agents, they're not trained in local policing. What specific steps are you taking to ensure that young people are not put in harm's way with these types of operations?
Yeah, what they are trained in is common sense, and they're very tough people. And they have great common sense, and they are highly trained. I heard the mayor of LA was saying, oh, they're not trained this way. I heard this character from, where was he from? They talk about him as a candidate. He's got no chance. The governor of Maryland, I watched him this morning saying that the governor of Maryland, yeah, they say maybe he'll be a president. He's not presidential timber at all. But I heard him today talking about how the National Guard or the military is not trained in police, but they're trained in common sense, and they're trained in not allowing people to burn down buildings and bomb buildings and shoot people and all of the things. They've done a great job. Again, if we didn't send them, and very importantly, if we didn't send them into Los Angeles, the rest of Los Angeles would have been burned down to the ground. When you look at Minnesota, Minneapolis, I sent them into Minneapolis because the governor wouldn't make the call. If I didn't do that, you wouldn't have a Minneapolis. It wouldn't be, I don't think it would be existent today. You remember the famous scene burning over the CNN anchor's shoulder? He said, everything seems to be very peaceful. And behind him, the whole city's burning down. So you had the whack job governor who ran for vice president, who made a fool out of himself. You would have had, I saved that city, I'll tell you, I saved that city. So the bottom line is these are very tough people that are trained in a thing called common sense, and they're also trained in doing what we're talking about right now. And you watch crime stop, but you wouldn't have Los Angeles, it wouldn't be existent today. We would have had to cancel the Olympics if I let that go on.
Mr. President, will you pressure Israel to allow journalists into Gaza to cover the humanitarian efforts the U.S. is pursuing? And
I'd like to see that happen, sure.
Would you pressure?
I would like to see it happen. I would be very fine with journalists going in. It's a very dangerous position to be in, as you know, if you're a journalist, but I would like to see it.
And on tariffs, Brazil, Mexico, and Latin America are getting closer to China, and they say it's partly because of the tariffs you're imposing those countries. Are you concerned them getting closer to China?
No, not at all. I'm not concerned at all. They can do what they want. None of them are doing very well, and what we're doing in terms of economics, we're blowing everyone away, including China. We're doing better than any other country in the world right now. Brazil has been a horrible trading partner in terms of tariffs. As you know, they charge us tremendous tariffs, far, far more than we were charging them. We weren't charging anything, essentially. And Brazil has some very bad laws happening where they took a president and they put him in jail, or they're trying to jail him. And I happen to know the man, and I will tell you, I'm pretty good at people. I think he's an honest man. I think what they've done, this is really a political execution that they're trying to do with Bolsonaro. I think that's terrible. But they also treated us very badly as trading partners for many, many years. One of the worst countries on earth for that. They charged tremendous tariffs, and they made it very difficult to do anything. So Now they're being charged 50% tariffs, and they're not happy, but that's the way it goes.
Mr. President, on DC crime, sir, on DC crime, are you concerned at all that some federal officers that are helping DC police might be being pulled away from other high priority assignments?
Like what? Like what?
Terrorism, for example.
Oh, really? Terrorism? They'll stop terrorism as part of what they're doing right now. No. The soldiers that we have, first of all, we have plenty of them, long beyond what that you have here. We're just using a very small force. You know, in Washington, D.C., they have thousands of police. They have a lot of police, but the police weren't allowed to do their job. We have a lot of great ones, and you have some that weren't so good, to be honest, but they weren't allowed to do their job. But now they are allowed to do their job, and essentially it's only 2 days, but you look at the numbers already, they're dropping, and no, they're not being pulled off for anything.
Mr.
Mr.
President,
President, as you know, there were some very
What
concerning
an
reports
insane
about crime
response.
statistics. Police are manipulating crime data to downplay crime in D.C. Will the administration release its own crime statistics to counter their misinformation? And will those individuals who are intentionally misrepresenting crime data and fudging the books, like you said, be penalized for endangering the public?
They are under investigation right now. They are giving us phony crime stats, just like they gave other stats in the financial world, but they're phony crime stats. And Washington, D.C. is at its worst point, and it will soon be at its best point. You're going to have a very safe, you're going to have a crime-free city. I mean, I say that. You're going to have virtually a crime-free city. And these are strong men, but the criminals are strong men and women, but they're strong men. And these are people that don't play games. We're not playing games. These are criminals we're dealing with. And they treated people. They took one of the people that worked for us the other day. You saw the beating, the pounding, 10 against 1. And they pounded the hell out of him. He's lucky to be alive. He's barely, almost killed. And we're not going to have that happening, please.
Mr. Tulsi Gabbard declassified more documents last night related to the Russiagate hoax.
She's doing a great job, by the way. That was another fake story. I'm very happy with the job she's doing. That's right. They declassified some terrible documents talking about Democrats and what they did. Radical left lunatics.
It showed that then DNI James Clapper sent out emails to IC officials saying that it would be a team sport to push then the debunked 2017 ICA report, and that it might need them to compromise on their normal modalities. What's your reaction to the latest declassification, and in your view, sir, what does real accountability look like for the players
It's
involved?
incredible what we're finding. Absolute proof of guilt. And we'll see what happens. But Clapper and Comey and that whole group of criminals, they're criminals. And they made it very tough. You know, they did the fake Russia witch hunt that lasted for 2 years. And I got totally exonerated. There was no doubt about it. They should have done it in 1 day, not 2 years. But it was a whole scheme to try and demean Trump so that I couldn't win an election. And that is a criminal group of people. They're sick people, and they're criminals, and they should be taken care of.
Mr. President.
Does Putin have a strong hand tomorrow?
Well, he came to our country, and I heard CNN fake news talking about that was a big win for him. Normally, he would say the opposite, but they said, oh, it's a big win that he came here. Normally, he would say the opposite, he came here. I think that President Putin would like to see a deal. I think if I weren't president, he would take over all of Ukraine. It's a war that should have never happened. If I weren't president, in my opinion, he would much rather take over all of Ukraine. But I am president, and he's not going to mess around with me.
Mr. President, on Russia, Mr. President, would you support or agree to reducing NATO troops in Europe, in countries like Poland, in order to get Russia to agree to a peace deal?
That hasn't been put before me, and I'll think about that for later, but it has not been put before me. Go ahead.
Is anything less than an unconditional and immediate ceasefire a victory for the U.S.?
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Well, tomorrow we'll see. I say, I don't know where that comes from. It's sort of not a good question. I would say that tomorrow, all I want to do is set the table for the next meeting, which should happen shortly. I'd like to see it happen very quickly, very shortly after this meeting. I'd like to see it actually happen maybe in Alaska, where we just stay because it's so much easier. But I think that it's going to be very interesting. We're going to find out where everybody stands, and I'll know within the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, or 5 minutes, like we tend to find out, whether or not we're going to have a good meeting or a bad meeting. And if it's a bad meeting, it'll end very quickly. And if it's a good meeting, we're going to end up getting peace in the pretty near future. Okay? How about one more?
Thank you, Mr. President. On the Smithsonian, I know that your administration is seeking to weed out a lot of this left-wing spin that's in the museums, but we're seeing from people like Brian Stelter or other commentators that they're insinuating that you are trying to change history according to your narrative. What's your response to that, and is there anything you particularly like to do?
Well, we want the museums to treat our country fairly. We want the museums to talk about the history of our country in a fair manner, not in a woke manner or in a racist manner, which is what many of them, not all of them, but many of them are doing. Our museums have an obligation to represent what happened in our country over the years, good and bad, but what happened over the years in an accurate way. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Cut it out right here. Thank you, press.
Jesus. Now what? Well, maybe we finally lose 60 here. There's possibly enough bot pets that we can fail a little bit. I don't know how deeply into the sold pets we can fall. Major sold put support is at 35 and 20 to the downside, but there's a little bit at kind of every strike on the way down. Yeah, you missed Trump. What's the lowest you expect to hit today? And if import prices come in hot tomorrow, do you expect this to just continue dropping? Um, for today, I mean, I feel like we're probably going to settle somewhere around like 50, 55, fairly similar to yesterday's close. As far as import prices, I don't think they'll matter as much as retail sales, but if they do increase, it's definitely going to it's just going to confirm what we already know now, because PPI was so hot that we already know that tariff shocks are being absorbed domestically. And we know it's being absorbed by, you know, on the producer side and not being realized yet on the consumer side. So I would say that the import prices are probably less important now, unless they're, drastically higher, which would mean that, rollover in inventories is starting to catch up. Um, I would say it's going to be less important than retail sales and consumer sentiment. If consumer sentiment is reflecting that pass through of tariff pricing isn't going to be possible, that's very bad for margin projection. We're gonna see that would be like confirmation that margins are gonna contract. So weak consumer, an indebted producer side, um, is kind of a recipe for margin contraction broadly. Obviously, that would be felt, most on the producer and manufacturing side, so things like industrials, materials first. But it will echo out into the rest of the economy. Do you say anything that matters? It was hard to tell. So I'm thinking import prices are probably just going to be up. I guess how much they're up is going to be the question for tomorrow. If it's significant, above like a standard deviation over the prior data sets, then it could be maybe impactful for equities. But I think retail sales and consumer confidence need to remain high. Otherwise, the avenues for pass through of pricing are going to start closing. Like the bull case would probably be that, and then bear case would be without any recent measurements of consumer confidence, PPI is still not that dangerous to the current bull narrative. Like, it can become more dangerous over the coming weeks, but if we get immediate insight into consumers weakening while producers are eating these prices, then the producers are either going to be sitting on massive inventories and unable to sell them, or they're going to be, stuck continuing to eat those costs in order to retain market share. It's very simple. If you raise prices, you erode market share. Unless you're a monopoly. That's the other thing, is, monopolies are making up like 34% of the S&P's total valuation right now. These companies are, not as influenced by this. But if it continues for long enough, they can become influenced by it, because competitors can move in. It fosters an environment where competition to monopolies can actually exist. And those competitors can gain advantage by simply being able to react to changing dynamics in the overall macroeconomic structure at a rate that is far faster than a monopoly, which is, cumbersome, can respond. And so it's kind of like getting eaten alive by like hundreds of little companies all at once, as those monopolies lose market share in like specific sectors. Like none of them are probably going to lose a lot of market share in, cloud, for instance. But, they can lose market share in advertising. They can lose revenues to, advertisers not being willing to spend as much because their own revenues are down, and little by little it can erode the foundation that makes up those companies. We've talked about this, I think, a lot over the years. It's not a hard concept to understand. It's just understanding how it propagates out is maybe a little difficult. Can we get a stream card of a bunch of little companies eating big ones? That'd be cool. No. Currently there's a defensible thesis that producers are simply absorbing prices because they expect tariffs to go away. Producers will not eat those prices forever. They can't. But they can get stuck with that pricing, especially within their inventories. And yeah, consumer sentiment is not what it was. I will say that. So you're not. There's more nuance to it, but you're not entirely wrong. Or not entirely right. Yeah, I guess not entirely right. No reason to be negative. And until that's gone, until like it's definitive that corporations are not only going to eat these costs now, but be stuck with those price increases into the future, there is wiggle room for, you know, bullish sentiment to continue. Also, we should be down like probably 200 points today, but Gamma's maxed out. We know what happens. Like, remember when we got the ratings downgrade and we dropped like 50 points and then like bounced back 100 because Gamma was like, you know, Gamma exposure on the 0DT was something like 130 billion. It just ate the whole rating downgrade of US debt. Yeah, this isn't too dissimilar to that scenario. Like the market maker was just simply pricing in no surprise for today, right? We had like a 40 bit move priced into options. And so when we hit the lows today, puts were so overpriced that everyone just sold them, which just wiped out all the bearish positioning. But now that we bounce back up, bears can reposition, they can position longer term. It generally, like, this is generally what happens when you're in a really bullish environment and you get hit with really negative news. If you're in a bearish environment or kind of a neutral environment and you get hit with like really negative news or big negative macro surprise, you can get like a fat dump. But very, very rare for there to be a dump like that from like all-time highs. Just mechanically, it's extremely difficult and prohibitively expensive for bears to leverage up here. Well, because I mean, there was event risk priced in today, but it got eaten up after the CPI print. Like they just shorted the fuck out of all the event vol for the rest of the week because the CPI print was also hot, but not hot enough that they couldn't spin it to still being, you know, supportive of rate cuts. How is that okay? What do you mean? Because the market's not the economy. It's probably the easiest explanation. Degenerates just shorting vol? Yeah, and we're like almost at the monthly expiry too. They don't want all of their short vol positions to get blown the fuck up days before they expire. Who the fuck is Kai Ristel? Risdal? Risdal? Who's that? NPR Econocac? I have no idea who these people are. I don't even know who actually famous people are. He's an American radio journalist? Why would I know who this person is? He's got a very square head. You'd have to listen to NPR every day after market close, so never. Yeah, I would never do that. If you're more interested in market mechanics, you have no interest in anything he has to say. Okay. Even if he was talking about market mechanics, I highly doubt I would have any interest in anything he has to say. There's like 5 people's opinions who I respect in the entire world. And one of them's Popcorn Trader. So Put that in your pipe. I'm not naming the rest. Name me or I'm going to repo your chair. You could be on the list. But, you know, I'm not saying. Is it your Porsche that he let you wash? Time to syndicate the Gamma Strike Roundtable. How ballsy is selling 50 puts here? Kind of risky. So I'm talking about Steelcase Leap V2 chair, black, fully adjustable, seat depth, tilt, tension control, four-way adjustable arms, remanufactured, renewed chairs. I don't want more ads. Beautifully done, Greg. Beautifully done. Can we go visit 50 quick just to see how it feels? We could. No, I don't want to hear it. I had 3 months worth of Hoka commercials when Kirk said he wore those shoes. They're awesome shoes, all right? It is a gesture. They're not orthotics. You know what it is? It's because we stopped talking about sex bots, so the number of advertisers that I now have is more limited. I wear barefoot shoes? Ew. Gross. Let's fucking. You need to rethink everything you've done in your life. Right now. Hokas are the shit. Paul Sminas. I'm not gonna ever run again. Not fast. Well, I can run fast for a very short distance. But my knee is fucked. Yeah, you will. It sounds like somebody's like grabbing a handful of Lucky Charms and just squeezing it. You and I had similar knee injuries. Nice. I too am an amazing sprinter. I had a surgery on my meniscus, which repaired it, but it's still very crunchy. But I ripped the whole thing off, just like a sheet of paper or post-it note. I think is maybe more fitting. No, not the whole leg. I'm doing some free PT. I'm not qualified, but hey, free is free. I did like 2 years of PT after I got the surgery. Did you do a bunch of ligaments? Yeah. Actually, that's where most of the noise apparently comes from. They had to I think they like had to cauterize one of them and like reattach it. I basically it's like my knee like just twisted like that. And then the end of my femur with enough force that like the end of my femur broke off. I was trying to like kick somebody really hard. Yeah. It wasn't karma. We were kicking each other. It was the whole thing. Given your recent streaming habits on Fridays, I'd argue you respect at least one of my opinions. That's because I have like fucking meetings for Gamma Strike every single night, and so I have no days to get anything done except Friday. So I'm usually here like in the morning or something, but then like I have to have like a single weekday to get shit done. Otherwise I don't get anything done all week. It's very problematic. It's a highly competitive game of Twister. Fell into barely, and my right leg bent into an L to the right, so my knee and foot touching the ocean floor at once. Tore everything other than my ACL. Ouch. No, I didn't win. I mean, we were just sparring. It wasn't like no one was gonna win. Yeah, I still have ulti. Or would you be out now with all the impending doom? No. I have conditional sell orders on it. I'm just setting it, make my 2% a week. And I don't have to sell my own options. It's easier. It saves me time. At the expense of costing me like a lot of gains. I could do my own buy rights and make, just so you know, if you're poor and you don't have, 500 grand to throw into ulti because you don't want to work. I would suggest finding your own buy right strategies because the yields are significantly greater. Congratulations, Philly Mike. Do they have you on bi-weekly at the at the Philly cheesesteak drive-through? Do people in Philly have cars? I don't know. Yes? Okay. Ulti payday? That's today. Isn't it today? I'm getting like $5,600 a week from Ulti right now. Yeah, it's today. Got 10 cents a share. A week? Yeah. Why Jesus? Well, I was gonna put that money into like 3-month T-bills, but that's only 4.2% interest. I bought it all back in like the beginning of April. So my cost basis is like, I think it's like 560 or 560 something and change. Because I let it drip a couple weeks. But I've gotten 18 like 10-cent dividends so far. So I guess my cost basis is theoretically $1.80-ish below that. What idiot in the pickle jar would earn 500K in Ulta after this discussion? Hey man, Ulta's gonna kill it in the incoming depression. Everybody in here is gonna need a little bit of makeup if we're gonna work the corner. Am I getting banned? So what, it's ulti, but they buy calls or they just sell puts? I got a hot mouth and a Wendy's dumpster ready to go. I have a bunch of YMAX also, but I have a feeling I'm going to get stopped out of that pretty soon. I have a standing sell order on it at $13 and I missed it by a penny over the last 2 days. The yields on that aren't as good either. Usually. It's about half of what you get out of Ulti as far as like week over week yield. It just has more sensitivity to the like underlying. Still hot PPI, and we're basically flat from yesterday's close. We have a shitload of data tomorrow, all of which is relevant to inflation expectations and the consumer. I have a standing sell order on ulti. And no, it's I think it's like 5. Hold on, let me check. I know I moved it down. Uh, 580. So if it hits 580, I just close out of all of it. Salty. Why aren't you continuing to hold? Because I just put money in it to extract yield. I'm not going to take a loss on it. And my cost basis, my initial cost basis was like 572 or 73. So I'm giving myself like a few cents of padding above my cost basis. Well, I will say that the 65 supportive 65 calls have diminished significantly over the last 30 minutes, but there's still some. Down from like 1600 to like 700. I have no idea. I don't really know much about their survey structure either. Why would I continue? Yeah, what reason to continue? My wife apparently has been sending her realtor houses she wants to tour that are 250,000 more expensive than we were planning on settling at. Have you told her that she better get that money from her dad? I'm very intrigued by Ulti. You kind of missed the peak of the opportunity there. Fire the wife, date the realtor. I was buying Ulti and Yield Max back in April when the market was tanking. I'd probably wait for a scenario like that again, where volatility is elevated, because that helps the performance quite a bit. I'm not trying to get slapped and divorced here and be a perma-poor. You can support yourself. You figured out how to make money in the market. You don't need her dad's money. You gotta stand up for yourself. Otherwise, you're gonna end up in a fucking 8% mortgage on an $800,000 house. Trying to pay down your principal as your equity declines over the next 10 years. Jesus Christ. What was that? Oh. You're not gonna get sent to El Salvador. Her dad probably doesn't want to keep you anyway. That's fine. It'll work out okay. Maybe you could even get like a severance package put together. Ooh, if you stop working right now and she uses her dad's money to support you, in 3 years you could just divorce her and get alimony. Palimony? I don't know what it's called. Are we getting a divorce settlement, a settlement package now? Have you been performing your husbandly duties in a timely manner? Because I'm very romantic. But I'm also not married to someone who's trying to get me to buy an $800,000 house, or a house $250,000 over my budget. You would be if you just read my DMs. How much money can you blow up in the next week to ensure that you absolutely cannot buy that house? Do that. All of it. Then you just have to have the conversation, whoops, all the money's gone. You found yourself among experts. I wonder if there's a way to leverage the pickle jar's talent and making money disappear. Sorry, honey, I've got it all locked up in the market maker. Let's start a betting app where you can bet for each pickle jar member if he's gonna buy a put or a call in key strikes. I would say most of you are probably evenly divided right now between 6450 puts and 6475 calls. Wrong. 60-60 straddle. Haha, I win. I said most. I'm talking about the distribution, Willie. That means I should sell a condor, right? Because nobody in the jar is going to profit. That would probably be technically inverse most people here. 64.45. That's support. Yeah, there's support there. There's also support at 50 and 55. And a little tiny bit at 60. I feel seen at the 64.50p. Is Charm supportive? I think a little bit. But barely. If we fall under 60, it's not. I guess 55. Under 55, it's not. Ooh, I wonder if our useless lawyer emailed me yet. Nope. I missed the Trump thing. Is he canceling Social Security? But he's not taxing it. So if tomorrow doesn't bring bull copium, can we actually tank a bit after everyone has closed out the AM positions? Possibly. Why the fuck are they still pricing in a 90% chance of a cut in September? As far as I know, it moved to 0 this morning. Is your lawyer? Who's Sweet James? Time is it? 3:10. Yeah, that's like the most likely closing price, I think. Well, there's 60s getting closer to being the most likely closing price. The chart alone looks pretty bullish if we ignore any of the actual news. Not if you zoom out. It actually doesn't look that great. The lower high today was not was not awesome. We'll see how it goes though. I think the ES chart looks worse. Did they change it again? Well, at least they priced out the double rate cut. That's gonna sting if the Fed doesn't cut. We've still got a lot more data before the September meeting. Weird that it went to 0 earlier, and then now it's back. Given there was no other data at all. What did Barkin say? Unemployment at 4.2 is not a bad number. Still early days for companies adapting supply chains to account for tariffs. Manufacturers are struggling with margin pressures. Consumers are ready to trade down and may make firms more cautious about passing along tariff costs. Ooh, the things I said. Original jobs data were more surprising than revisions. Businesses have been holding back on hiring, so they may not have much to cut, even if there is pressure on costs. If firms get to the point of needing to reduce costs, they may turn to AI as a way to save on labor. Please, I can't wait. We just go a little tap at 70. That'd be cool. Then I could sell some calls. No, I can't. Fuck. I will say we're exactly at the price I predicted for today. Last night. So that feels good on the whole. On the whole, it does feel good. Win 64-20 after your put expires, probably. Like the night, like the night immediately preceding your put expiry. Actually, if you could tell us all when your put expires, that'd be fantastic. You do know how to hurt us. I gave the Pigeon Wheels SPX short positions that printed hard this morning. Wait, aren't you a Pigeon Wheel? How did you not? Alright. You did. I don't know if I would call it alpha. You started a Pigeon Wheel only Pickles picks? It's not Pickles picks. God, you guys don't get it. Okay, only the Pigeon Wheels get it. No, I would sell out of the money. 70 is a solid resistance, but they can still squeeze this to 80 end of day. Which makes the last, like, few minutes of the day extremely dangerous for selling calls at 70. Level 70 here, or do you mean out of the money? Wait, out of the money. When did you ask that? Why is that 4 minutes old? You guys need to fucking talk more. Why aren't you? You're not talking enough. Say things. Tomorrow's data really flipped the narrative despite such a marked PPI print. Yeah, I know. I already answered you. Things. There we go. Chat interaction. How are you supposed to get number one if you're not interacting with chat? Picklejar is demotivated today. I know, because that thing happens that happens every time we get bearish data. They buy puts at the bottom. Puts it open. Here's a good rule for you guys to follow that you could write down in your, like, your trading journals or whatever, or your graphing calculator. Hear me out. Whatever position I want to buy at the beginning of the day is probably wrong. I didn't buy puts. I sold calls at the last top, and it's lost me 0. Gained 0 also. I've backtested that, and it's 100% accurate. It's really not a good idea to try to take directional trades at market open. Especially if you don't feel like you have a a keen understanding of what direction the market is more likely to go in at open. I will tell you that if we open at the bottom of the market maker's expected move, you should probably expect a bounce. Just like if we open above the market maker's expected move, you expect profit taking. Same thing. That's where the sold puts were. That's not a hint. That's just where sold put support was at. That was the majority of the sold put support throughout the entirety of today. Until like the last hour or so. Till after Trump didn't say anything about PPI. What's this new pigeon whale channel about? It's vibe trading. I'm actually gonna change the name of it. Perfect. How does one become a pigeon whale? You put money into the YouTube and then join the Discord. Mm. Anybody think bulls are gonna try to get 6,500 overnight? And there's a lot of bot puts for tomorrow on SPY. What about QQQ? Less bot puts. The AM expiry is weird. There's bot calls at 70 and 80 for tomorrow. With a shitload of sold puts at 6,500. Bot puts at 6,450. And a lot of sold calls at 55 and 50. I wonder if we open below 6,450 tomorrow. That'd be weird. A sell-off into the AM expiry? Yeah, sold puts 6,500. For the AM expiry. Did he become a pontiff? On the Ko-Fi, I think. Although I'm not actually sure how it works. I set the price at $250,000 a month, but I'm pretty sure Ko-Fi has a cap of like $2,500 on any payment. It's got a free put. Two free puts? What? Who's giving out free pits? Kenny. How might one go about getting a free pit? In the money diagonal put spreads for the AM PM contracts. From WeBull Referrals. I'm up 5% on my GME calls. And I'm up 300% on my diagonal put spread. Oh, squeeze it. How many people in here just bought 0 DTE puts because Gherk said that? They were gonna buy them anyway. I'm up 5% on my BBAI calls. Gross. Think of how dirty you must feel though. I bought it before you said it. Please. What happened to lumber futures in the past 3 weeks? People stopped building houses. $19 left. Alright, should I close this or leave it open until tomorrow? If we open above 85, I get 6 grand in free puts. Or I could just take the $160. It's a diagonal put spread. So sell the AM, buy the PM. Hmm. You make an excellent point, Harry. It's more money. I mean, it's $160 more money than I have now. So that's cool. What's the max loss? 1,500. Although it's not really, because the profile after this expires changes to that. Isn't tomorrow the meeting with Russia? Risky? What's risky about it? Name a bullish outcome to the Ukraine situation. Go. Trump's not going to give up 2 GOP senators. He'll get impeached tomorrow. Trump tops up Putin. Putin falls out a window in Alaska. What if Trump falls out a window in Alaska? If Russia gives up, then my EPAM position is going to skyrocket. That can't happen because then Rims will be rich. No, he won't be. He'll find a way to fuck it up like he did last time. No, I sold the AM 85, bought the PM 80. Yeah, 1-to-1. Diagonal. So I want us to open above 80 and then sell off. No, not a ratio diagonal. Selling off to 6,300 would be awesome. Nope. AM contracts are based off the opening settlement. When overnight repo hits 0, what do? Fed stops quantitative tightening. Why are there so many people here? Where did all these people come from? Why aren't you guys liking the stream? What the fuck? There's 1/5 the number of likes that there are people. Well, more than 1/5. A quarter? Thanks, Black Cat, and the rest of you. 2 dislikes is crazy. Paul Saminas, are you any relation to Pat Wessey? Where did all those viewers come from? I don't know, it looks like a bunch of people joined during the Trump speech, and they've been kind of hanging out. I don't know why. I would have left already. This is boring as fuck. Yes, I am both. Oh, okay. One's for Discord, one's for YouTube. I see. Show yourself. I'm here, baby. I know. All the pickle jar shows up for the end of day breakdown. Hmm. You know, there is still a lot of negative gamma at 65. It could be fun. If there were more profit taking, it'd be more fun. Remnant GME hate watchers. I'm just gonna start doing really deep analysis on GME again. No, I'm just trying to get the GME people to out themselves. Don't worry about it. I feel like we've still stopped short of 200 likes. Oh shit, Beef is back. But you just calculate it. New AMC Xmas song, unsubscribed, and unliked the stream. That's fine. I don't need you anyway. Still have 1,200 shares or something for rehypothecated asymmetric risk or whatever. So for selling cover calls. That was Beef. Beef was like getting ready to buy Gamma Strike a few weeks ago. And then I think his wife found out he was back on the Discord. He's not allowed to do trading or be near trading things. It's part of his steps. I usually just buy shares on it. Sometimes a few options. Like sometimes there's like some okay spreads on the leaps and stuff. Me neither. I just don't tell anyone. I need $10 up or a $25 move down. Uh, if we squeeze up here, I gotta close my short puts. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's Reddit. I'm gonna open Spy over here. I want to see what it's doing. What are you doing, Spy? Spy looks kind of bearish for tomorrow. Just weird. Mm. Tesla just looks bearish. I don't know if it's just tomorrow, but it looks bearish as fuck. I think losing 330 is probably pretty bad for it. US to potentially take a stake in Intel. Yeah, because we need to own the means of production. I can't wait till Trump dumps the Social Security slush fund into Bitcoin. And by Bitcoin, I mean Trump coin. Apple's M1, M2 chips are the most impressive chips out there. The only problem is that Apple's platform isn't opened. If Apple were to buy Intel, that would probably be the best outcome. They're not going to buy Intel.
Gorilla Mode put their pickle in my jar. Gak. I've read the books on value investing and the psychology
I've read the books on
books you've
value
mentioned,
investing and
but
the
I still
psychology
don't
books you
fully trust
mentioned, but I still
myself.
don't fully trust myself.
With the Fed bond market
With the
carry
Fed
trade Intel
bond
wipes the
market
dog, but
carry.
it seems it pushed the market back up after April Part 1.5.
Carry trade Intel was the dog, but it seems it pushed the market back up after April Part 1. Well, the carry didn't break apart in April. The April reaction was simply to the potential reorganization of supply chains, which then didn't come to be realized and then got delayed, and that allowed the market to rapidly recover what it had sold off.
Gorilla Mode put their pickle in my jar. I don't know what to prioritize or what is actually moving the market up so godly. As per Pickle's picks from late July till now, it seems like smart money is deleveraging, but retail is not. Wouldn't that make the market go down? I thought retail wasn't big enough. Part 2.5.
The reason to buy them would be to get access to all of the federal funding. Ooh, 70 got burned. Interesting. Ding ding. I'm wondering what the second part of Gorilla Mode's Ko-Fi is here. Because there's no question in part 1. Is there like a limit to the number of characters? I don't think there is. Oh, shit. I don't know what to prioritize or what's actually moving the market up. So Godly is per Pickle's picks from late July until now. It seems like smart money is deleveraging, but retail is not. Wouldn't that make the market go down? I thought retail wasn't big enough. But retail's big enough with leverage. Did you look at the retail options volume? Just so you know, I don't think there's a character limit on Ko-Fi. You could just put this all in one Ko-Fi. I mean, you can look at sectors that are underperforming. You can choose safe havens if you missed out on the run and you don't feel like participating in additional upside. It's retail's selling a lot of spreads, but they're not selling a lot of puts. Free $5 to go through free puts. I mean, the puts are only free if we open above 85. Well, above 80, I guess. I mean, it's pretty definitive that the majority of order flow over the last 3 months, 4 months since the bottom in April has been largely retail buying. CTAs are not only underperforming the market, but they're still fairly neutrally positioned. Most systematic funds are still pretty neutrally positioned, even vol control. And then institutions have been net sellers pretty much the entire time. with the exception of like a couple squeezes on hedge funds. I'm very well aware of authorized participants. Yeah, they will do that. They'll make fake shares of everything. That's what they do. No, there's leveraged put selling that's outside of the scope of retail. But retail's definitely been on the call buying side. There's sectors that are underperforming. You can play sector rotation. I mean, you can try to target value in underperforming sectors. There's small caps, which are still fun. Um, I don't think those are going to improve in performance. But I mean, if you're talking about like in terms of like long-term holdings, it's definitely a difficult market to find value in because everything's just kind of blown out. All right. Have you heard of synthetic shares? Yeah. The new rule puts the spot assets at risk. I mean, it did before, or at least helped drive volatility in the spot assets, which isn't necessarily bearish. But yeah, it creates artificial dilution. It's cyclical though, so I mean, if they artificially inflate the float for a period of time, that can only last for so long. This is like what went on with GME. You're describing something that they've been doing all along. They just used CNS and cash settlement to smooth it
Gorilla
over.
Mode put their pickle in my jar. This macro view is something can't fully grasp yet. When
This macro view is
investing,
something
when you
I
use
can't really
different calcs for
can't
different
fully grasp
industries, it
yet.
seems
When
like
investing, when you
Wilshire
use
M2
different
is best
calcs for
method to
different
value the
industries,
market. Refresh
it
due
seems
to
like
QE
the
environment
Wilshire
5.
M2 is the best method. Yeah, generally speaking. JFresh due to QE environment. Yeah, if you're trying to get a look at the broader market, then yeah. I don't dislike that approach. It kind of ignores like global markets and stuff though. So I mean, you're still ignoring the effect of like currency pairs and all of that, which are fairly significant right now. But it can give you a good enough idea. I mean, you could make it even more simple and just use like the Buffett indicator. All right. I'll get started on the end of day. So closing pretty flat day over day, despite the extraordinarily hot PPI print. This is probably an anticipation for tomorrow's data, and also due to the just insane amount of leverage around like the 60-50 strike. Um, Tomorrow's data pretty important. We have retail sales, we have import-export prices, manufacturing capacity, industrial production, and then University of Michigan consumer sentiment after market open, all of which are probably going to be impactful for SPX. So the pre-market tomorrow could be kind of wild. So could aftermarket open. Don't forget that all the delta from the AM contract will be falling off as well. University of Michigan's aftermarket open. Out here on ES, we fell back to that local trend. We caught a bounce, but we slipped a little lower, right? Like we slipped below support a little bit before bouncing. Um, that might have an effect here, given that we really didn't get a newer high, and we've yet to break back to the upside of that local trend. Obviously 64.74, a fairly important level here, and then a slip back to the downside below that. I would probably expect to set a new low locally, and then we'd be looking at this lower trend here for the next support, which would be down around well, maybe like right there, like 64.52 ish. That breaks down, opens a much larger move down to like 6,400. To the upside, the only known resistance is 6,502, which I'm sure if tomorrow's data is bullish, we could definitely open at. Remember that going into the AM expiry, especially if the imbalance favors the bulls, can drive a lot of buying in the overnight session. So we might open higher, then sell off, just because there's still a lot of sold puts up at 6,500 for tomorrow's expiry, and like some bought calls above spot. There are bought puts at 60.50 for tomorrow, but I don't know if those matter too much. Yields moved up today, obviously with the hot PPI print. We also saw a dollar move up about 40 points. Moved up pretty strongly against the euro, and regained some of the ground it lost last night against the yen. Yields at the top end of the curve, definitely not back to where they were, but moving up, closer to 5%. The 10-year took a big move up, as did the 2. This is going to affect leverage a little bit with yields going up. That the gains in short-term leverage that we've seen over the last week or so with Fed rate cuts getting priced in more heavily. This now puts pressure on that margin. On the correlation side of things today, we actually at the peak today came in still a little bit higher than yesterday's low, both on 3 and 1 month, and correlation continued to fall into close. So we might be getting a little breakdown in correlation here. I mean, that trend is a little bullish, but I would say that the moves aren't yet significant enough to really suss anything out from it. Like, it's definitely not a distinct breakdown in correlation, and we probably won't see a big breakdown in correlation until after NVIDIA earnings are passed, because there is a continuous there's a continuous incentive to continue to trade the dispersion until after NVIDIA earnings are over. On the commodity side, oil up a bit today, 2.14%, so that's going to put upside pressure on inflation, but precious metals falling, agricultural kind of mixed, so is materials. Bond volatility is still dropping in line with that, although we might get a little bump in bond volatility from today's move in yields. Leverage on the carry trade right the fuck back up again. And forward yield on volatility is still quite negative, 2.7% or negative 20.7%. A little bit of out of the money put demand yesterday. I don't really know if that survived today's bounce. Stocks above their 50 and 20-day moving average continuing to push up, and this does have a little bit of breadth on it, but it's still very narrow between the top performers.
Should I just try to
okay, so that's the first. Today's the first gain in correlation between VIX and cash VIX for the last 9 days, 9 trading days. It's only 0.02 change, but interesting that short vol wasn't further levered up today, and I would say overall net fell. Fed fund futures obviously pulled back to about where we started the month before the Fed rate cut started getting priced in. So we've got 0.4 in cuts priced for January, so a little bit back below where we were getting very close to 2 rate cuts by the end of the year. March of next year down to 0.64, and June of next year down to 0.855. So no longer really pushing for the 4 cuts by middle of next year with the inflation data, but we will probably need another round of inflation data to really defeat those presumed cuts. Bear steepener dropped a little. Out here, I mean, still bullish on the daily, slightly. We did not get yesterday's high, but we haven't broken down like below like the 64.27 level that would mark any kind of actual rejection. And then, you know, even that probably wouldn't be confirmed unless we fell back below 6,400. At which point, yeah, then we could start to move for like a test of the EMA 30, and we could confirm more downside continuation. But right now, I mean, this is still just bullish consolidation on top of the breakout. So technicals still look pretty good. We obviously have the back half of March and the end of this week to determine if the next 2 weeks are going to be a little different from the prior. Seasonally, this is starting to get into a period of time where we generally see a lot of profit taking. But I would say that's a kind of useless metric. Yeah, so that's about it for that. You got something else, Gorilla? Seems macro views seems there's a lot you have to investigate to spot shit before it hits markets hard, so you can capitalize on it. I can go fully autistic learning this shit. I just don't know what to focus on. Should I just try to master GS and forget macro? End of day was how you felt your first years. I mean, it depends on what you want, right? Like if you want to just trade and make money, then I would say it's probably better to learn options pricing and learn how to utilize Gamma Strike. If you want to learn all about the macro environment and try to capitalize on big structural changes in global economics, then I mean, yeah, read all the books. Did you read Fisher Black? Fisher Black's a good one. You could read some of Ray Dalio's papers, not any of his books. Those are useless as a bag of dicks, but some of his papers are fairly insightful on you know, US-China relations, things like that. But those can be like very, very long-term plays, and they're usually extremely capital intensive. So I would say, unless there's some reason for you to need to be an analyst, or you're trying to make a career out of that or something, then probably just focus on the trading aspect, which is far simpler. But you can DM me, man. Just hit me up in the DMs, and I can recommend you some other stuff, or you can discuss more at length what you want to know. Don't forget, end of tonight we have the Gamma Strike Roundtable, so we're gonna be covering that. Fuck, I don't know what time. 9:15. I have it scheduled for, so right around there. I'll probably be starting it. Anyway, thank you guys so much. We'll catch you later. Peace.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know.